to do. Why have to do it? There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive?
No, coming, Jill.
You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
Jesus, Dion got more of a thing, man. Like they just didn't care about Jill. Seriously, not gonna turn this place into a fucking airship.
It's almost time.
Oh my. Oh my. It's almost time, he says. As the final deluge of side quests opens up.
Better make sure I have forgotten anything.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, alright.
What is it this time, Torgal?
I really think we could have had these during the Woad area parts.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
It's just gonna feel really unfitting, all of these quests. The giant thing in the sky. Everybody's super fucked. Shit, that lady's home just got blown up.
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many. But in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes? But such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
Eugen.
I thought he was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on the matter.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person.
Did I listen to the VA for all these? I guess it depends on the quest.
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a
There's
better
a
world.
lot.
I'll do whatever it takes.
I mean, it's probably gonna be like 5
If the
hours
field
plus.
marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once.
As we go through this side content, I'm gonna be asking myself, could this be done
One of
earlier?
it is already in the Dalmekian capital.
You know, is
I'll
this
have
worth
him
doing
tell
at
Havel to expect you
all?
forthwith.
Excellent.
Because this is a hell of a
Thank you,
time to
Uncle.
throw all the side content. I mean, yeah, right before the point of no return is when you would wrap up everything. But this is the first time you can do about 15 quests, it looks like. I mean, I'm all for doing some side stuff. Side stuff in this has been... iffy. I think it's good at times. I think... well, not good at times. Some of it's okay at times. Decent. Some of it's kind of just okay. And then some of it, not worth it. Usually it's in the kind of just middle range, I'd say. Then it's best when it's kind of like filling out an arc on a character, some side characters like the blacksmith guy, shit like that. You know, imparting some kind of important world building. There's not really much in the way of cool set pieces or areas for any of these quests, but that would be nice, but
Pining for something, boy.
it's generally pretty much just walk and talk and at most a hunt.
What is it?
Exclusive hunt.
What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
Cool if one of these was just
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
like a really cool fight.
That long
Like
ago.
a big thing.
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want my iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he was looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Best party member.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Okay.
Where to then, Torgal?
What do you think happened to...
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No? Well, yes.
It's Miss Mididol. She's been acting strange. Very strange.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there.
In the clouds.
That's what I said.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind.
Not long ago.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on...
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? Oh, don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
You're getting the shorthand version of this. I'm just like cutting off any fluff sentence. This isn't just reading ahead.
But who's gonna put Miss Midadol back together?
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that. She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him.
Thanks for the warning.
We got a lot of side quests. So I'm gonna cut down the VA a little bit.
Mid, if you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will!
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all?
It'd be cool if the side quest had some actual, like, value to the story, just even a little bit.
Yeah, the gods get the skies all
Like
to
a
themselves,
better
so
ending or something.
I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them? But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it. First I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the tub and crown. Then I'll need some bone, or shell.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
We
Let's just
gotta
speak
get
with
an
the
airship. I
Curse
mean, I'm
before
fine
it's
if the
off our
Enterprise
tail.
becomes an airship.
See if I can't find this book while I'm there as well.
Where's this side quest at? Above me?
Has
Still if it unlocked like a new location, but it'd have a plus on it, wouldn't it? If it unlocked something major.
Whatever should I write next?
Unless that's only for mechanical shit. The fuck is this? The litany of air. Do I have to do a different quest first?
When you return, would you mind teaching the children another lesson?
Maybe it's above. Oh yeah, when was the last time we were up here?
I will not let them be forgotten. Sid, may I have a moment?
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
No. The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage, or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. We were tortured until we feared no pain, and few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many, but they must be remembered. They cannot fade away. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded. Sid, allow me to travel to Ash and recover the registry so that my brothers and sisters might live on.
You are a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Sid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Bad Bach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
We've been there.
Be the grace.
All right. I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
Brother man, I've been there. How many do we have? 2. 3. Well, that's because there's a piece of one there. 1. That's assuming we don't get any fresh ones. Oh, it's this one we just... We'll see what happens, man. Joshua's got one too. We're getting some major characters with side
Joshua, what's
quests.
wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will.
His will? How?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but... would you join me?
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well.
Got a couple hundred more side quests first, buddy.
Sid, do you...
By all means.
It's my old master, and something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong
Should have
point.
just killed your
It
master.
seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. And even better for her. Bearers with no one to look after them. When Ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers
She
fled.
let her go and I knew it was a
Bearers
mistake.
to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together.
Even with the Enterprise, then they say it would take days to even
Ash is
go
an
to like...
inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
No, they said to get to the Iron Island or whatever, it would take like
There
3
was
days
a name in the prison
on a normal
register.
boat. And this
A
is
name
like
from my past.
10 times the difference on a faster boat.
Another of my former
Yeah,
master's
we got many
protégés.
months and weeks.
A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
At least Ultima's patient.
Find him.
Building up
The
power.
entrance to the prison
we
lies in the
speak.
shadow of Ravenwit walls, just beyond the portcullis.
Been
We
there.
should head there as quickly as we can.
As do I, Doris.
Cutting that line out didn't make as much sense with Clive's next line. We should head there as quickly as we can. As do I, Doris.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
You
It depends
care.
what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Cursebreakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Northreach. Jeez, buddy. Could do it like here. Or like
Northreach.
a few feet away.
I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
Yeah, really? What the fuck? Into the world's coming.
Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better. You know what an adamantus is?
I do. And I know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumour of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near Bidza, or what's left of the village anyway.
Gotta hunt.
Don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Don't think there's any new hunts. Surprisingly, in this big moment, with all this shit, no more hunt. We'll see if they shit some out or if it's all gonna be post-communicating post. Oh, because that means we can't get the gear.
Ian, I read your note, and I'll be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy.
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Hippocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but... But perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, but this book... It set me on the path to becoming who I am today.
You say so. It's funny they have the map that shows all the like war lines and everything, but the story is like devolved into none of that mattering to the point where it's just like I don't even need to check the map. Like who cares where each bird or each country's going? They just all get wiped out in order, man.
Alright, Torgal. Where are you taking me?
Because it's got like those elements like it was supposed to be like that.
I'm going
It's
to need
not
a little
really
bit more from
focused
that
on
boy.
that for most of this.
Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... You've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west. Toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Hippocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or so.
Why have we not learned about these people and gotten information from them already? We've been looking for info all fucking game.
Rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors.
Who the fuck are these guys?
But what drives them?
Illuminati?
Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark, but though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
Good morrow to you, my friend. Having never visited, I make no guarantee that... I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before. Now this, I believe you will find most interesting.
Barnabas's mother. Magitalk. Iconoclasts. between the gods and men.
What subject shall we consider today?
In almost all. Mysteries maxed. Although we know we still have bosses and shit to fight. That was supposed to build.
The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
Okay. I can leave now. Jesus, take your fucking pick. Where would you like to go, right? Let's just start rolling, man. Or probably smarter to actually pick up any new quests. That way we know generally all the locations we're gonna have to hit in case there's a few we can do on the way. Leave a little bit of running. I'm gonna eat a muffin while we sit here.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the blight spreading ever more widely across the twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides. Those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
It is true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Archive.
Lord Marquis, if you have a moment.
What is it, Cyril?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue a new avenue of inquiry in our ongoing investigation. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have heard naught from him since.
Was he surveying another fallen ruin?
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash in recent years. We believe it may have some connection to the Circle of Malleus, an ancient religion that worshipped Ultima as its god. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more of the Circle's original beliefs.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash?
Fully cognizant of the risks, yes. I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the third chair. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in search of him, lest they be lost in turn. Yet, it seemed only right to inform you of the situation, for as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate.
It would not. But Ash is a big place. Can you be any more specific?
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village where he had heard the cult were wont to assemble. Mickleburg was its name. It lies in the southern reaches of Waloed.
By the one locked off.
Ill befell him. I expect it did so there.
Right.
I'll
see what I can do.
You are much too kind, my lord. Go then, with my hopes, and may the firebird's
Maybe
flame
heat up some
ever
of
burn in your heart.
support. I might be able to get max renown in this playthrough, Jesus. Although there's no...
If this new faith
hunt.
really is an offshoot of the Circle of Malleus, then...
Let's concentrate on finding the third. First, shall we?
It's post game, I don't care. Unless there's some really cool post.
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude.
I merely did my duty.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both.
Matching armband.
He did not live. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
Sounds like, what's her face's VA? Kara.
You, as they are.
It's the
It
same.
was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, but with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay, were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield.
surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
Like how their dad was supposed to be good at killing shit, but he got fucking totaled, man. God damn. Well, he got taken down by a goon pretty easily just because Joshua distracted him.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearers? Here to help me pack? Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact.
You're really going to go through with this, then?
I am. But before I go...
If it's within my power to help you, I will.
It's the children. I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe and provided for and loved. The hideaway.
Of course. The children would be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive.
Lubor, are you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
What?
Every last one of the bastards has turned. And they're headed this way.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another. The town guard won't stand a chance against them. We need to evacuate. There's no time to lose. Ferda, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make ready to cover the townspeople's escape. Well, what are you waiting for?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of plan. The children stay with me for now.
Is this where they realize that maybe the bears aren't so bad? As he helped.
I need you to find Conrad and tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation.
Understood.
I'll do what I can to convince everyone else.
Good luck. Good luck, Bob.
You have to listen to me. They're coming. You need to evacuate.
Know your place, bearer.
Why do they always have to make such a fuss out of it?
Ah, it's you.
What do you want, Lord Underhill?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now, and they could be here at any moment. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right away.
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing news, might I ask?
But I hope they get killed.
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison out in the square as we speak. You may believe his lies, my lord, but we know better.
But why would he lie about something like this?
Some twisted attempt at revenge, perhaps. If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected our leader. A great honor for one of his kind.
Why would he have you evacuate?
Feel aggrieved at having been
What
denied.
would that accomplish?
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident where your sympathies lie. Lubor cannot be trusted, and neither, therefore, can you.
You may not trust me, but for the sake of your people, ask yourselves if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can be certain of that. Now be off with you.
They've already been attacked before.
You're making a mistake.
Some of the dumbest people. I hope they get killed for their dumbassness.
Move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferda.
Our words. Gosh, well, you didn't say anything.
I think we'd better shut up.
What's Lubor raving about now?
What commotion is this? I asked myself.
Lord Ferda.
Sid, what's wrong?
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they wouldn't listen. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted. The bloody fools. Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support. But I can. If there's anything I can do to help you defend Dalamil, you only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
Sid! Further! I've been looking for you everywhere.
Victor? I thought you'd left.
I couldn't abandon a friend in need. And Lubor is in need at this very moment. Come quickly.
Sadly, I don't think these people end up dying. They're probably gonna realize their words and deeds, or regret their words and deeds, I mean.
You have to believe me! The Akashic are coming! They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There won't be no parley, no mercy granted! We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
It's you who should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run!
Run!
Far away!
Run!
Just go on!
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes! Good.
Come on, then.
Go on, go!
Just go. Just go.
Lubor. Wait. Someone's coming.
Right, now you're gonna have the kids get hit too? What is Victor's plan here? Stop, someone's coming. Oh, now the kids have gotten hit with rocks. Good one, Victor.
What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad? And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that? Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty? Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly round here? And none of you ever say thank you, ever. But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling? He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist!
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
We won't
These two
run,
should have just
but
died.
we will fight.
Fucking losers.
All right then. Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
Look, a few kids getting hit with some rock.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base of operations. Now they're all turned.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalamil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands. The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take the south. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic Force as soon as it is spotted. And as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Dalamil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. And the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be so kind.
Consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchants not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only concern. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall tell them.
Way more generous than she is.
Where else but the most perilous place of all? I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Outlaws, Cheratina itself. The main host is most likely still there, and Dalamil will not be safe until it is eradicated, root and branch.
A little gardening. How pleasant.
I doubt it. I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn.
Luckily, so am I.
So you are. All right then, we all know what we have to do. Now it's simply a matter of doing it. For Dalamil.
That dude's little ice skate before he starts running.
Looks like everyone.
Okay. I'm still waiting to find these hunts, man. If they're New Game Plus exclusive hunts and I can't make the best gear, I'm feeling disappointed.
There it is. The flood.
The sheer amount of these side quests.
Inside.
To not actually be able to get the best rewards. Pretty bad. We'll see.
We can't leave a single one alive.
It's over. Let darkness fall.
That's so little damage. Just a really long cutscene to build up some Zantetsuken. Can't shake a gentleman.
Nice try.
Schmoove. Any current plans to bend your every whim?
You son of a bitch.
No, not on the cards quite yet, my friend. Not yet, bub. Bubsy boy. Maybe. Anything's possible.
The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fared.
Not quite yet. Thank you for the very long amount of months. Tier 2, man. Appreciate it. And with everything else, of course. Can I interest you in a deluge of side quests?
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
The last of them here, perhaps.
Lubor, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive!
It's done.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven back, and we need not fear the arrival of any more, thanks to Clive. Victory is ours.
We bloody did it.
We saved Dalimil.
No, it really wasn't you.
Lubor, allow me to apologize. After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted you.
But we did. And for that we are truly sorry.
Should have paid for
we
it,
only
man.
hope that you can forgive us.
We need you, Lubor. Dalimil needs you. So, if you would still like to be considered for the position of mayor, you have our backing.
You do remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character. It is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are. The man who saved Dalimil twice over.
Not really, that was Clive.
I see. But I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start. Unity is the key to defending Dalimil, and I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again. When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of bearers must end here in Dalimil. Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other citizen. They will not be judged by what they are, but who they are.
As we failed to do, and came so close to losing everything.
Yakuza lesson
We
learned.
agree to your conditions. And we have only one in return. That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil, as you always have.
Condition accepted. Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. Do I get some sort of special hat?
No.
How fickle fate can be. Not so long ago, I had resigned myself to leaving Dalimil in disgrace. And now, I find myself her leader. Here.
Lubor, about the children.
Fear not, you are of course relieved of your responsibility. I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as outlaws. I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children, but everyone in Dalamel.
I'll do my best. Can't have all your hard work going to waste.
Careful up there. Shit ain't safe. Alright. Grab a drink real quick break. I'll make some matcha. Beer beat. got some food. Watch some cutscenes. Eat. Preferably.
Nazaire might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
Yes.
I'm nervous. Is it
I'm
alright to
gonna
be
go
nervous?
no mic for a bit.
Well met, Sid. This is the Initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The Sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
And who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and
Good
freed
old
me.
Gav.
No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it. And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine Cursebreaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, alright? That they put so many particles in this game. Block it out. Listen to the sultry sounds of my voice.
I would speak with this.
My voice does soothe you, doesn't it? The very soothing voice.
Just now.
Your town needs you.
Hopefully she can give us some time to finish this. Is it just like bitrate, or is it the little blue
What is it?
ether things?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed full control of the garrison and put every able-bodied man to work on the fortifications. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a citizens' watch to fill the void.
Oh.
And though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want for bodies. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength, that the people of Northreach might sleep easier, if only for a few nights.
Of course. Whatever you need.
Thank you, Clive. What would I do without you? Philippe told me he had men stationed at...
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
My name is Sabine, and it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small amount of trouble. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Please, proceed.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every action. Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his reckless plans. Yet I fear he is not one to be swayed by reason. No. He must be made to face the consequences of his actions.
And who would make him do this?
I would. Myself and several other like-minded individuals. Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from Northreach for good.
Does that not seem a trifle drastic?
Drastic action is precisely what is called for.
Should put a little more on this.
Unless you are content to see your people downtrodden and dispossessed. My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make every sacrifice to ensure her revival. But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire, but the Empire who must serve her people. He's always been like this. Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him. But he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod over the common folk any longer. We must fight him. By all possible means.
Fight him? No. My purpose is to quell the tension in Northreach, not to stoke it. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every one of us uniting against our common enemy. Your father and his followers included. While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that he may yet be won round.
False hope, I assure you. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall bother you no longer. If you will extend me the same courtesy, I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that spirit is only likely to harden the Duke's resolve, which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. Not that she cares. This is all about her and her father.
Families.
I'm sorry, where were we? Ah, yes. I was about to tell you of Philippe's plans for the town watch, but perhaps it's better that you heard them from him.
Right away.
It's just a pity I cannot join you.
Philippe. So as you can tell, I'm doing the side quest in a way that would be fastest, not the most immersive. I'm not doing one at a time. Because there's a lot. We're doing the MMO plan here.
What does the dame have to say about this?
So you are content to abandon the... Please, I beseech you. If you are a true son of Northreach, you must fight to defend your home.
That's exactly what I am doing, milady. Or trying to, at least. The land is crawling with fiends, and someone has to keep watch.
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison? Fine. You're not the only able-bodied man in Northreach. Thank you so much for your help.
She cornered you too, then?
Could hardly get a word in edgeways. Like father, like daughter, eh?
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier, hoping to convince the Dame to join her in fomenting rebellion.
I bet that went well. Her ladyship seems to have a way with people. Anyway, what brings you here?
Our mutual friend thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, she did she? Right as always. In fact, you're just the man. We've had some reports, you see.
They're back.
Seems that way. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing, you could go and see what's what.
Right. Where should I look?
You know Grieger's Weep?
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clive. I'll look into one of the other sightings.
Yeah. I'm getting excited for Pikmin 4, man. That's the next big one. It's a big game. I mean, I'd be excited for Pikmin either way, but that it shows, like indoor shit and like dungeons and all that stuff is very exciting.
I need to stop them before they get to the town.
What do you mean? What the hell? This is Pikmin. Like it's not like Pikmin at all, or it's better than most Pikmin are? Oh, okay. Oh, what the hell is? Okay, gotcha. Different? Yeah, I'm down with different, man. I mean, after 3 went back to like a 1 style world, I'm down for them to innovate. I like 3 plenty well, but it does not feel like the jump that 1 to 2 was. Should be good though.
Call that a test, Ultima?
Clive! Are you alright?
I am. But it seems the reports were true. I dispatched the few that I found, though.
Well, there's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? They all came from the north last time. We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other, but from both?
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to be sure. You head back to Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out while I'm away.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy working her magic on the townspeople, stirring up ill feeling towards her father. She'll have her marching on the barracks if we're not careful.
What? This is exactly what the Dane
My
was afraid
stomach's
of.
gurgling
I'll
quite
do
a
what I
bit.
can to calm things down. Be
I'm gonna
careful
take a
out there,
break
all right?
soon.
Don't
I'll
worry,
see
I'm
you.
not like you. One sniff of those things and I'm running back to town screaming blue murder.
That's a meat that was frozen for a while, then I heated it up. And then I had to heat it up again for this second meal here. But milk. 2-day-old muffin. Maybe it's gonna rock my system, dude. Oh, gosh.
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. But now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Grieger wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore! You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope They are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a Brandit.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Griga.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
Oh, fuck. No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caer Norvent and there make our stand. Did you hear me? That was an order!
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
But she is but a common...
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell.
Okay, just kill them both now. They're just troubled. No one will tell. Times are rough. There's no course. No punishment.
The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still want for numbers. Unlike
Not
the
enough
enemy.
logic. Pretty much it's having sugar
I can go
mouth.
some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme. I fought a few of these things. And while I can't promise to hold them all back, I should be able to thin the herd.
All right. But take care.
Thank you. Both of you.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
Like how if you just primed, it would all be over, right? He could just solve everybody's issues almost immediately.
When the fighting begins,
I want steel in the hands of every man or woman. If any get by, you can trust we'll be here to meet them head on.
Ready, girl?
There are so many of them.
Not for long.
Come on. Get on together. Yep.
Is it over? No. It's only just begun. finished.
Still waiting on those haunts to appear, man.
That looks to be the last of
I don't
them.
know if they will.
I wonder how the others fared. Better hurry back to town. Come on, Torgal.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls of the Vale can't put right.
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. For the time being, at least. I thank you both for answering the call.
You were right. And I was wrong. About everything. I had thought that the only way to unite the people was under the banner of Empire. That without a strong hand to guide them, they would drift apart. To be borne hither and yon by the eddying currents of fate. But you brought them together. Not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority, but by simply being one of them. By knowing what they feel, because you feel it yourself.
Our purpose was ever the same, Your Eminence. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory, while our eyes beheld matters closer to home.
You have the right of it again. As did you, Sabine. His Radiance said it himself. Sanbreque is naught without her citizens. I forgot that. And I am sorry.
I'm sorry too, Father. I should never have taken things so far. I only wanted you to understand how the people felt. How I felt. But my anger got the better of me.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This was my doing. I should have listened to you. To all of you.
Your Eminence, Your Ladyship, I do not doubt that you came here with the best of intentions. But I believe the same could be said of us all. We all want safety, security, prosperity. Not just for Northreach, but for the entire realm. And we may yet achieve it. If only we work together. Will you join us in this?
Yes. We shall.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. The Vale's doors are always open to any soldier in need of relief. And today there are more than ever before.
Madame Isabel is a rare soul indeed. In these dark times, I see that it is not men like me who should lead the realm, but women like her.
You're right. If only I'd listened to her when I had the chance.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but you still do. The Dame said it herself. We can turn things around. We just have to work together. And that goes for you, too. You're one of us now.
One of you.
Well said, Captain. Let this be a new beginning. Not only for Sanbreque, but for us.
Well, since there's nothing more to be done here, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving the wounded.
Moral learned and all that.
There's no need to worry any longer.
You feel enriched? Yeah, I feel like a more ethical person.
I saw several soldiers being carried to the Vale.
Glad working together. I understand that's useful now.
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'll be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help.
You've helped quite
Toto,
enough
let's
for one
work
day,
together
Clive.
for a brighter tomorrow.
Don't mention it.
The KD Empire.
I must. After all you've done for this town, it is the very least you deserve.
Tell me,
Sounds like you need a repeat on this quest.
what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm, but I sense you would rather have died here.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
We're gonna hear it.
Long ago, I was Carla then. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas, those halcyon days were not to last. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard, the gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking at me again. And so we fled.
You choose generic piano music.
We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last. Until we found ourselves here, in Northreach. It was the Vale that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, and healed our hurts. Those that could be healed, at least. My love was already too far gone.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after we arrived. But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end. It was the greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief, though I was still a stranger to them. And so I swore that I would always do the same. That I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me. That I would repay my debt to the Vale.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him, you know. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive. And I shan't either. I know that it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. But our efforts will be rewarded. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme, all united in defense of this town that we have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
No.
Always.
I'm busy. Oh, here's more calc from a quest. Yeah. Next quest.
Let's go.
I think we're knocking out some of the longer ones here. These are really big chain quests that have been building up for a while.
Have care.
These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not. Damn it. Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Then run! If you want him, you'll have to go through me. Help me, boy. I'm hurt, Torgal. Help me, boy. Waken! Titan! Get him! This one. Go, Torgal! Too slow. Odin! Too slow. And another! Ember, are you... Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
The garrison said they'd take another 100.
Love Cactus. It's been good overall. Definitely got some more issues with it in these later points in the story and some other things here and there for sure, but overall it's been good, I would say. With some of all its parts and the good bits definitely outweigh the rest. I'm in side quest hell right now. A lot of side quests, finishing up. It's pretty much the point of no return coming up, so they just kind of threw a bunch of shit at us. Kind of finishing all that up for the finale. I might have to take a break here in a minute.
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fit?
What's a cutscene? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of dialogue. Cutscenes and stuff. The old role-playing. But yeah. Alright. Apologize, I know some people just got here, but I need to go to the bathroom. This cocktail of pork and old muffins and milk just destroyed my stomach. I will be back. We put on some music real quick. Gonna do that before I ship pants. No. Back in a bit. with the bathroom. We'll see. Jeez. Yeah, I think Final Fantasy 1 is far from the worst. I liked it. There's just something nice about going back to just the basics, man. Just simple leveling up, simple class setup. Nice, just classic locations you're going to. Level ups feel nice, equipment feels good. It's not bogged down by a lot of systems. The pace is good, it's short. It's kind of like how I think Dragon Quest 1 is better than like most Dragon Quest games. That was like in my top tier, like 11. I would recommend Dragon Quest 1 if you haven't. You're just one guy who just gets stronger in adventures, and it takes like 10 hours. You gotta write down shit. And every level up feels big and it's nice. That's why I think stuff like East is fun. It's just the basics, man. Just does the basics well. The worst? I thought about doing a tier list at some point. The worst one I've played. Probably Lightning Returns. 2 has its moments. I don't like 12, but a lot of people do. I don't think it's the worst. I just don't think I like it. I'd probably say Lightning Returns in some ways is probably the worst one. That's 13.3. I'd have to think about it, but it's off the top of my head. I would say that one. An incomprehensible, fluff story. A game-long timer. A world that doesn't feel very... It's a big open world that's not really fun to run around in. It's got like clothing changing again and like kind of a alright gameplay bit, like style. And has its difficulty, which is cool, but I don't know, but the soundtrack's decent. I don't know, I think Final Fantasy is generally pretty good. It's got its moments that... It's got its titles that are worse than others, but I've never just been like, damn, I really hate this one. I think if anything, in recent memory, I would say Crisis Core. I would put that one far down the list. Crisis Core, despite people considering that one to be really good, I think people consider it good because it was a portable game and it had something to do, so you could just kind of play it here and there, and people like FF7 a lot. Just running through Crisis Core Reunion recently, it was not very good. It was like so bad it's good sometimes. So I don't know, I would say, I used to say 8 was pretty low, but I've grown to like 8. I think when you're playing 8, maybe it won't be your favorite, but I think it's one of those that you kind of buff out the roughness over time and appreciate some of the interesting stuff it was doing and the music. It's broken as shit. The game's broken as fuck on a fundamental level, but it's fun. Yeah, 2's cool. I mean, I don't think, like I said, I think it's lower on the list for me. They try some stuff and it doesn't work, but it's an interesting game. It's definitely that, like, they haven't figured out things yet, experimental NES kind of time period, you know? It's kind of like Zelda 2, where they're just trying shit. 2's big thing, I'm not going to spoil anything, but just gameplay mechanics is you have to, like, use certain equipment or skills, like, it's kind of like an Elder Scrolls, to, like, level them up. And that sounds like it makes sense in a role-playing way, but it's kind of just grindy and shitty. Because you need to, like, take damage to increase your health and shit like that, if I remember right. That's kind of goofy, and it's, like, abusable. So that kind of kills a lot of the gameplay, but it's still comfy. It's got interesting little characters and shit. So. I don't know. Yeah, I like most of them. To some extent. I think 3 is a little lower for me. Some people wouldn't agree. That's where the job system really starts to flourish a little bit. Flourish? Bloom? And then 5 and FF Tactics, I would say, is where they really hit it to the next level. I don't know. Yeah, I would probably say Lightning Returns. It was pretty unpleasant at times, but it even has its good things. Music.
I thought I'd find him with you.
Are you playing the Pixel remaster, or what are you playing?
I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his
GBA?
sword.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think I did PSP.
I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
Are you?
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, they have the most content. I don't remember how the visuals are affected. And you can always patch 6 and stuff to replace the music and shit. So.
Hey? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What?
And I can't speak for the Pixel
Isn't that what you asked me
remasters.
to do? To bring the thing back without
I'm honestly
getting
not a
caught?
huge fan of like the crispy look of the Pixel remasters. I kind of like my sprites to look like they have edges and shit. But I don't care for big orchestral or remix soundtracks either, especially for the SNES ones, but that's up to the person. There's a lot of built-in cheat shit on the Pixel remasters, like no encounters and save states and all that kind of shit, but I'm not too interested in that. Yeah. I mean, they don't seem horrible as far as, like, you know, remasters go, but yeah. There's bits about it I don't like, but I've only seen a fair bit of FF1 Pixel remaster. I was a big fan of the PSP one. It had a mix of, like, newer stuff and music that was kind of nice while still feeling like it was a little bit more old school still. Fixed up some of the encounter rates, new content and stuff. Thought it was really comfy. That's probably a lot of why I liked FF1.
He has you then, his heir.
But
and he did it all on his own.
it kind of depends.
He did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
This won't be an easy decision.
Okay, doing some of these quests unlock new hunts. I see. So that's how it's gonna work. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes when you're just playing some of these like games with like so many systems and so many, you know, extra layers of just like, you know, gear or story or, you know, side quests and just whatever, just systems in general. Either it's just more numbers, just more content, more ways you have to filter through content. Having it just shed all of that extra shit, just nice, focused on you, just the gameplay, where you're going, and that's it. And everything has like a feeling of significance because it's not bloated. It's kind of nice sometimes. Not saying it's inherently better, but I'm saying there's a lesson there. I feel like that sometimes modern gaming could learn.
It's still here. After all these years. A lot smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure, we won't be long. Hop in, boy.
You were ever here, Joshua? A small piece of skin between my nail that's like really sharp.
This place hasn't changed at
And
all.
hard, so I'll like
The recruits
scratch
right
my
through those
eye and
trees.
I'll sometimes
Come
like
on.
that little piece of skin will like destroy not destroy my eye, but definitely scratch up underneath it. Keep forgetting it's there.
Is you there? I bet I could still beat you.
This is an actual new little area for this quest.
Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal?
I better not kill this fucking dog at the end of this game. For a cheap pull and emotion. Pupper.
Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well, well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal. For never giving up. For never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we?
I'll say this has been
So I don't forget either.
more emotional than the last 20 hours of the fucking story. What I'm saying, man. Story's dipped a bit. And the set piece factor has actually been lowered too. So.
That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal.
It's hard to beat just a bro dog character, man.
All right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going.
Yeah, when the game devolves into big, melodramatic, generic, evil monologues and overly romantic writing and shit, it kind of loses you at times. Like I said, I still think overall it's good, and the first 2/3 of the story are pretty solid. They've got their pacing issues. I think some of it's to taste, some of it does have like some issues in pacing for sure. But, yeah, definitely, I would say that the later bits here, I'm not like disinterested, but I'm definitely not as in it as I'd like to be for the finale. Some of these side quests are give and take. This one's good. This one's better than a lot of the stories been.
People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
See, the nice thing about this one is they had nice little like mini flashbacks and stuff like that in it. It had a little bit more production value than most of the side quests do. Some of them do have that, for sure. Auto one had that with Sid, where they'd flashback and you'd see that. And I think that goes a long way. I would say not all the side quests have that, but some of them do, which those are the ones that are better. Usually not so much in the fights or anything, but elsewhere. Like they don't really put any fancy bosses in the side quests or anything. You know, there is some, but I mean they're not like new.
It's well. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all.
Caution, brother.
Yeah, I might. I think that's kind of what I've decided on. Is I'm getting pretty close, and the stream's been pretty lax the last couple days. So yeah, we might do it tomorrow or something. Kind of, since I'm close, want to finish it up and be able to jump into spoilers and stuff with people. So we'll see. But yeah, I probably won't be doing anime tonight. Apologies. Anybody who's looking forward to it. Yep. Later, Brub. Brub? I call you bro and Bob at the same time. Now you're a Brub. I don't know where this is. It's inaccessible. Maybe it's another quest I haven't unlocked. Or I'm not in the right phase of. Boy, Brub. Brubna? Yeah, there's like something over there. Does anyone know what kind of exclusive fights there are in New Game Plus? They're like big crazy ones, like with new models and new shit, and like super bosses.
Good girl. Eyes peeled, Joshua.
There it is. For House
Can we
Rossfield.
get off, please? Thank you, Jesus Christ. Not.
Get him! This one.
You're gonna say it. What? Oh, yeah. We were talking about that a bit. They probably could have mixed up some of the battle music. Especially, we were talking about the Barnabas fight. In the first phase of the Barnabas fight, it's just the generic, like boss music, and you're just like, probably could mix it up a little bit. Something a bit more special. They do after that, but...
Is this the Heartstone?
I don't mind hearing this song more. It's fine, but yeah, I mean, I think there's a point where they probably could have threw a new song in there, kind of like, you know, any other JRPG would. I've said that myself. I think the soundtrack's a bit whelming for the talents working on it. I still think there's some bangers and there's a few moments of cool range. But overall, I think there's sometimes they lean too much on some of the motifs of the series. And they'll use a few too many of the same songs sometimes. It's not to the point of being bad. I still think it's a good soundtrack, but... Typhon, yeah. Most of the big fights have had cool music. Odin's was a little shakier. My thing is, I feel like Soken's strength was always like his range in FF14. And I feel like that's another strength of just this Final Fantasy series, right? I mean, FF7, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, or anything but samey in between each song, right? Even like Tactics, while there might be a cohesive feel to it, the music stood out, right? I think music's been a very important part of the series. 14 is another example. 15 has its moments, but and I think this has its moments too. I don't think it's a bad OST. It's just a series that I kind of like. SMT. The music is, I kind of have a higher standard for it, I guess, with Final Fantasy, and it's like,
thank the founder you were safe.
Well, it's been fine.
Slain then?
And the Heartstone.
I kind of expected it to go a little harder on the variety edge of things, or side of things.
Yes, this radiant luster like frozen flame. It is just as your father described.
Yeah, Typhon's was cool.
Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith. The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. They are yours, after all.
Picked
Heartstone
a
is harder
scab
than
or
mortar
ingrown
or
hair,
garnet, or
bleeding.
even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms. Only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And
Yeah, how is it too late, man? Did she move that slow? I mean, she probably found out, you know, after, I'd imagine, they left for Phoenix Gate. And then by the time she's like, she couldn't reach them in time, so she just ran. Or didn't know who to trust, I don't know. I mean, Phoenix Gate, less than a day to get there, and that's them going to the village to fight the Marlborough and then back down to Phoenix Gate. I would say she had time. Maybe it was dangerous. Yeah, I wish they wouldn't say shit like that, because it's not watertight, that's for sure. You should have just said the day before. Then it's fine.
so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that his Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father...
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us, for giving my service meaning.
Who are you?
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Shall we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there, It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it. For it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
Yep. Yeah, there's all sorts of ways you could have been like, you know, to make that work. Like, it was the day before, or she did it days before, and it took a day or two for her to realize what it meant.
Let's go.
She didn't know who to trust. She couldn't get to the Phoenix Gate. That is just... Damn.
Here we are again. Karava. If you were a tortoise, Torgor, where would you hide?
Apparently just right fucking in front of the town.
It looks like we found him.
Ooh. I already have full Zantetsuka. Let's forget a bit more. Well, it does get all my other shit off a cooldown. Right, dog, it's fine. Die. You big fat bastard.
I better get these materials to Mids.
The prototype. But are we gonna actually be able to use it to fly there? I mean, yeah, that'd be cool.
You won't find a finer array this side of the strait.
Do you see that too?
No. No, I don't think I do.
What is it? Oh, please, just make it stop. I'm scared.
There's people like Jesus, just fucking be done with it.
Ready, go? Faster!
We were gonna learn what this was. I mean, I figured it was just some kind of space zapper.
Can't be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal, oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him.
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace.
It's a fucking
Your
disgrace.
interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw.
Guy's got the comb forward.
The end of this.
On top, brother.
I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the
One of those
Dalmekian
motherfuckers
fringes
just
under
completely
control.
bald underneath.
Next, I'll make contact with
Pulling
my
the hair all the way
counterparts in
from the
Imperial
back.
Army and see if I can't convince
The
them
max
to try
code.
and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
The hyper cope haircut.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps.
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well.
I hope it's Byron.
Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis. Your
Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience. Someone like Quentin. I hope I can convince him at least.
Who's that? I don't remember all these people, right? Okay. Do I look like a fucking encyclopedia? Fucking library. Oh, Quentin. This guy. The killer man. He's pretty good. Yeah, it's cool we're getting all these side quests connecting to each other and building and stuff. If you don't do them, you wouldn't see most of these. These are definitely like very missable quest chains. Which, to see the best ones requiring other ones when there's a few stinkers in there, it's a little rough. But
Quentin.
having some kind of like continued story through them or something, some development, something more engaging is good though, for sure.
I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold. Go on then. Propose. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his...
There's only so many critters that can exist. Till you kill them all eventually, right?
Ready, girl? Yeah!
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies? Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us.
He's just back there.
Oh. They expected me not to be so fast, I guess. Doubt there was much more.
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
I was hoping they'd do something like that. Him either stand in between them or like some kind of thing like that.
We won't lay you down.
Good. Another solid side quest moment. These ones have been stronger for sure.
Onward then.
I would argue these are
Onward.
doing more for the story than the story itself's been doing.
And to a new beginning.
Stronger, cleaner cut moments. Not bogged down by goofy speeches and stupid shit. And theme park exposition rides and shit like that. You know, that wasn't the worst of it, I suppose. Joining hands with Joshua. Joshua was joining Clive's parties and remained with them until departing for Origin. Okay, I mean, yeah. Has he not been that the whole time? I mean, like, turn around, like, okay. New quest. Let's do these ones out here. go back to the hideaway, turn them all in, pick up the new ones. Although maybe since there is another new one, we could have done that first. So it goes, man.
This be Mickelberg.
Whiteberg, Mickelberg. And I'm Mickey Mouse. Mickey Bird.
These people aren't turned. And the village seems safe enough at least.
It had a wooden door protecting it. Very sturdy.
What is going on here?
Ah, did you too heed the call?
Heed the call? No, I came here looking for someone. To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find him here. Let alone all of you.
Is that so?
What are you doing here? Is this where you live?
It is my home. The others, they heeded the call.
You keep saying that. What do you mean?
They came here to perform the rite, just as King Barnabas instructed. This village is their altar, where they shall cast their souls upon the gentle waters and give themselves to the Lord.
Give themselves?
Oh, Lord, cleanse us of our sins.
Let us be reborn in your loving arms.
Free us from the torment of this mortal realm.
They want to be saved. Forgive me, but did another foreigner like me come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from Storm? Yes. He's staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him.
They seek the same salvation
Bound for
Barnabas
him to be
did.
dead.
At least the third chair still lives. Let's go and find him.
Or does. Side back here, any loot? Some of these quests have like new towns and stuff going on too. Like they're not fucked. Some of them are whatever. I definitely think there's maybe too many for the quality of what they are. They could definitely do more when it came to like new fights and obviously throwing a bit more budget at them. Like having cute little scenes and production value and stuff. They're not like fucked. I haven't like hated doing them. I think the times in which they appear and the frequency could be touched a little bit. You do want to do them and how missable they are. You kind of have to do them when they appear. Makes for not always the best paced fusion with the main story.
Excuse me. Are you with the Undying?
I am. And so it would appear, are you. Lord Rosfield, if I am not mistaken.
That's right.
Josh was here too, but I
He
guess
must be the third chair.
I am.
in case you do this post game or something, he's
So
not
I was
really
worried for
here.
your safety.
I don't know.
He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill, much less you, my Lord Marquis.
He said that you had failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learned of them, the more my own faith began to falter. You have seen them at their prayers, have you not? They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord with a fervor I have never seen before. Praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all of their beings. I, too, swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master, but this... 'tis different. It is more. And so I would see it through to the end. See these people safe, that they might achieve their dream. That they might do their duty to their Lord. Even if it should keep me from doing my duty to mine.
You do understand what their dream is, don't you?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become a Kashik. I know that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, that is the very essence of salvation. Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain here. If you are to return to Master Cyril, I would consider it a great... Did you hear that, my lord? Something is happening.
I'll go and find out what. Stay here. Beneath the flood. Oh no. There must be something I can do.
I think they're getting what they wanted, brother.
Echoes as well. Found her.
Ready, brother?
Ready.
No damage.
What now?
Big man. Oh. The biggest man.
We meet again.
What's up with my dude's face right now, man?
I've killed your kind before.
Over here!
Fuck. Too lazy. Takes just enough time to crank that to... Oh well.
Nice try.
Gorilla.
To me, boy. Unhurt Torgal. Unhurt Torgal. Unhurt Torgal. Unhurt Torgal. To me, boy. To me, boy. You're finished.
Doggy, help me.
Damn it.
Why don't people just dive? They could both go.
Don't you die. Come on, speak to me.
I had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation by devoting themselves to the service of their Lord, just as I did.
They're gonna go anyways,
The
bro.
undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in, a duty to serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become a Kashik.
Okay. They're like really ignorant, brother. There's a point where you don't see the forest from the trees anymore. And realize how bad you'd be having it doing it this way. Like, yeah, you'd reach some kind of fulfillment, but Christ, man, if you could probably find a much longer, more fulfilling, like life by actually trying to live. Maybe not, but Jesus, dude. I don't know, brother. Whatever you say, I guess. But
In order to achieve it, forgive me, my Lord Marquis.
especially since they're being tricked by a bunch of people like Barnabas and Ultima. Not exactly coming from a good place.
I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
Yeah. Clearly. Yay, they're mindless husk. I did it. like 6, 7 people who died for nothing. Epic.
They are saved. Founder. I should get this report to Cyril.
Of course. Slow.
My Lord Marquis, welcome back. I am glad to see you hale and whole.
I met with your third chair, Cyril. He bade me deliver his findings to you.
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers from an echo. I buried him in Mickelberg. I'm sorry that I couldn't save him.
If you could not save him, no one could.
The villagers, they were believers in this savior cult. They prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came, and their wish was granted. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live, even knowing that that life was death by another name.
Then he perished defending liberty. A hero's end.
Okay.
For the right to choose how one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
Sid would agree.
Yeah, more stupid. I don't know if they were choosing to die. I think they were thinking they were going to be saved and end up something better, man. It'd be one thing if, yeah, they were just like giving themselves the old euthanasia or something, but I don't think that's quite what's going on there.
He wanted to build a world where people could die on their own terms.
But whatever.
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause is the most perfect expression of one's faith. It matters not how misguided others might judge one's decision to be. Only that the decision is one's own.
Yeah, but you can manipulate people into thinking they've made the call, right? I mean, that's the thing is like, the most, like, they might have had some other kind of, if they knew the whole story, if they had a chance at having, exercising their will in other ways and were less ignorant, that they would make a very different decision. I mean, yes, they'd be different people at that point, but that they're being manipulated by higher powers and kings and stuff that don't care about them and for no rational gain or reason to themselves. It's like, I would argue that's probably not super good. I mean, like propaganda or something, right? We generally don't think that's very good because it's about manipulating people into doing something of their own will without them knowing it. Exactly, right? Like changing people's minds. It's like, don't know, buddy. I don't know about this argument, man. They're trying to do this, like, cast off what you know and just think about, how they feel. It's not as bad as it seems because it's about the principle of it. It's just like,
We live according to the teachings of our order. We believe in them. We protect them.
like, I get what they're about. I just don't.
We die for them.
For sure. I think it's beautiful.
For better or worse, that is our creed.
But he didn't die for your creed. He died to save them. And you still believe that what he did was right.
I believe that he believed it was. We of the Undying are not slaves, but willing servants. And this was his will, the ultimate expression of it.
Sure, that can be respected, right? Somebody willing to die for something they believe in, but for me, it's more is that the full extent of what they could be believing in, right? Is that the, are they being manipulated? Are they ignorant? Right? Is it is there a rational reason? Like, yeah, there's the emotional respect, but you know, generally people want to live longer, people want to have more opportunities, stuff like that. So dying really young or something, or something that's to somebody else who's for evil's gain, it's like, or not even gain, or just for nothing, right? Like, okay. It's wrong in most ways, but yeah, sure. I respect his
All right.
his will.
I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line of duty. They died serving my house. It's only right that I remember them. That is my duty.
Of course. I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs at once. My lord, it has been, and shall ever be, the greatest honor of my life to serve House Rosfield. Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important. I pray with all my heart.
No, his
for your
is a lot
success.
more important.
And
Sorry.
were they here, I have no doubt but that every one of my fallen brothers and sisters would feel the same.
I'm sorry, buddy. But since you've joined the story, I don't think we've gotten anything useful from you. Despite being these, like, this organization of data gatherers and stuff, I honestly don't think they've really done a whole lot on that front. But I get what they're going for. So far, they haven't come in the clutch at all about Ultima or anything, right?
Ready, girl? Faster!
This one guy, he wanted to live and die on his own terms by strapping a fucking 2,000 fucking 20 pound fucking vest of TNT to his chest and running into the nearest village, man.
The entire village
I
was
respect
abandoned.
that. He died for you know, with his own will. like it's like there's a certain point where it's like the pointlessness of it and the negative of it far outweighs the respect you have for somebody's will to do it, right? Yeah, Xenoclash. What was the name of the country? I just played the fucking third one and I already forgot. Zizazoik or something like that. The way they say it's always good.
This is a Royal Army
Zetazoik,
logbook.
yeah. Are you gonna play the third one? I don't remember. Zetazoik. Cool. I'll watch that. Curious what you'll say.
His interests were certainly varied. This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Who do these people serve anyways? Ultima? Like who's to whose gain? Everybody's fucked right now. They just do it just cause? This guy's orbs in front of us. It's an awful generic looking goon to be part of the Illuminati of people who hide information from others. The greater good. The greater good.
Well done, Togo.
You don't want to have too much dialogue for characters that aren't always there. Saving money 101, although it does hurt some of the immersion if you go too hard on it. And let's be real, who cares about anybody but the dog? The pupper's the best party member. Always. Dog party member supremacy. They're always the best party. We're close to it. Why did he need to appear out of nowhere for our cameraman?
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many.
Okay.
Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single immutable explanation as to why they came to pass.
Through their camp. Somebody wrote in a history book that I ate a sandwich. You could show the process of me making the sandwich to create it and then eat it. It's pretty immutable, or pretty clear cut explanation on how I ate the sandwich. Dude, like this guy's pretty much saying there's like no cause and effect or something. I mean, what he's trying to say is that things can be. There's way too many steps to create, like, show the effect of stuff in history, because there's bazillions of different social and historical things that happen to create stuff. But like that doesn't. Then wouldn't she just not care about history at that point? There's nothing to learn because there's nothing to figure out. Goofy, man. What the fuck is this guy even talking about?
It's a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait.
Let's kill him, dude. Magically disappears. He's just that good.
Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
Motherfucker's just saying words, man. He just says them. Doesn't care how they flow together. Doesn't care if they make any sense. He just says shit. Cause and effect do not exist. Therefore, I shall hide the truth so that things cannot happen. Meaning, cause and effect does exist. I'm an idiot. Kojima cameo. See if it's going to Kojima show up. Just words. Let's say Kojima probably has more comprehensible things to say than Suda probably does.
Back to the stables, Carl.
From the little games
This must
I've
be the
played of him.
orphanage. Hopefully the registry's still here. Disposed of. Conditioning. This is nothing short of torture. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place. I need to find that registry. This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out.
Well, it's on the quest list, man. The map marker here.
A forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry.
Somehow this book survived in a shallow hole. It's very legible still.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. And where is the architect of all this misery?
I'm playing a fucking Yakuza game, dude. The gigantic cannon man somehow sneaks up on our guy.
Only a matter of time, I suppose.
Fucking Christ, dude.
This place is cursed.
That's probably the most goofy one yet. Fucking like stuck on a graves.
To me, boy. Let down the...
We'll save this Zantetsuken for the next quest. Not wasting all the damage right now. Camera. Magnifique.
I'm done here. Let's get the registry back to Herman.
In a bit, in a bit. Wonder if we'll get close to hitting 50. I think we'll hit 50 by the end of the game. With all the main story shit. We'll see. Although we just hit 47.
The more likely she is to be found by a Kashik. I need to hurry.
Maybe we'll just get close. I feel like after all these side quests and hunts, probably 48. Maybe a little bit more. 50's max until the game plus, from what I understand.
I can walk from here.
Looks like a Coliseum, lady.
There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates, no. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with Akashic. Most likely guards left behind when the wardens ran. If Chadwick was
New
being
area
held
for
here,
a quest is good.
I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet, but let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether's thickest there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
At this point, might as well just call it Clive. I don't think
Just how
anybody cares about the...
The flood's inside the walls. Bad enough to turn a bearer. I hope not.
The name anymore.
We're risking a lot just being here. I'm gonna keep my eyes open for signs of life.
Who's a beast?
So this place was no ordinary prison.
There's a Kuza
And I
beast.
doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
Telling me this giant place here is gonna have a creature I have to fight in it? No. No. No! I don't believe it.
This one. Over here.
What is upstairs? Maybe I still have to go upstairs.
Minimal loss of Waluda lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that. They were feeding bearers to it. This is even worse than I'd feared.
You'll be
Nothing
fine.
but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
Oh, she's up. Definitely feel like they try to save the best side quest stuff for last. I mean, it helps her at the end of chains and stuff. But the placement's still a little iffy, but once you forget about where you are in the story, you get over it. Not that I would say it's a godly side quest, but in comparison to the stuff earlier, I'd say the midpoint was probably the worst for side quests, or the 2/3 kind of point. Where the story did not have any extra slow moments, and they didn't have a whole lot of big, interesting side quests that weren't just prep work to give you.
No lock downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents and... it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even. And those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of. Whatever that means.
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment.
Oh. Oh yeah? That's a cute little VN. I wish there was more to it. But the presentation's cool. There's just not a lot. Not enough of anything.
Let's see what we can find down here.
Hell, I don't even remember most of it. Right. Yeah, that's kind of its biggest problem. It's just kind of like a small piece of something. Like a nice little semi-horror thing with cool enough little atmosphere. I just wish there was more to it. Yeah.
A survivor. And she sounds close.
It was more like kind of the intro to some other kind of anthology kind of thing.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Of course there were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are.
Yeah, the presentation's definitely the strongest point.
Terrified.
Yeah.
Jadwick
I wish there was too.
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monster's back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris.
No Chadwick here.
All right.
Only
Put
Clive.
that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
It's out there waiting for me.
The fucking
I can't
behemoth.
let it live. Not if it's got a taste for bearers.
Hey, it's like the zoo. Place reminds me of a Shadow of the Colossus location. It's been a while since I replayed that. I should. It's good. Looks more like the behemoth. Counts as a bounty.
The beast will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen.
I like how he's like long gone, but it's still working right now. They're really doing okay. What are you gonna watch? Exciting. A lot of good movies. I always need to be watching more. Like I said, sounds good to mix that media, but I just get so much out of playing games and social and discussion and everything. That ends up being most of my free time. Memento's cool. I like Nolan stuff. A lot of it's presentation over substance and stuff, but I think it's solid. Most of his shit's solid. I haven't watched anything by him that I just didn't like. Memento's a good one. First time I watched that was in a movie history fucking course in school. Surprisingly, they showed that. I think the teacher just liked it. 'Cause usually we just watched really like more sterile old works, which I appreciate more now than I did then. Yeah, Memento's cool.
Finally.
Yeah. Inception's good. I like the Batmans too. Those were pretty cool. Oh, they were fun. Third one not as much, but I think Tenet is interesting. Okay, seen the Batmans. I think it's worth watching just because it's kind of cool concepts. And Interstellar has pretty good music and some cool concepts as well. But they're a little iffy on execution. Still worth watching. I haven't watched his World War II movies. What was it called? He did a World War II one. It's supposed to be pretty intense. And then Oppenheimer's coming out soon about the nuke. But honestly, not too interested in those ones. Might watch them eventually, but yeah, his crazier shit's pretty neat. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Nolan has like the Hollywood, like the power of Hollywood that can like be put into like a cool concept. Maybe it's not always the most fully realized, really cool concept and execution, but that there is like kind of an attempt at cool shit with Hollywood budget makes it worth its watching on its own. That's how Interstellar and Inception and Tenet kind of are for me. With Inception having the best execution, probably. At least he tries to do cool shit. You know, overall, I'd say I don't dislike any of his movies I've seen. So good.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine.
Haven't seen them all though.
I think.
No.
What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways.
He's got all sorts of titles. He's got two main names, Clive Rossfield and Sid. Some people call him the Marquis, the Lord, the Outlaw.
He was here. Do you think that creature?
All that shit.
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his
Chadwick
sacrifice to
died a
begin in vain.
gruesome, horrible death.
Of course not.
Getting eaten by a fucking
I'll see that
behemoth.
she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
He died in agony. It does, but maybe the behemoth killed him quick. Your behemoths are known for their mercy.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
Maybe he's alive and then he's just eating the bug.
Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her.
The guy's just like lost
If we
somewhere.
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him.
Should have cut the behemoth open and
To end to save
see if
her.
he was in there.
To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind.
Yeah. Well, Perfect Blue is fucking hardcore. I would say that unless you're watching Paranoia Agent, his stuff's a little bit more, a little less exhausting after that. The Millennium Actress is definitely a bit more, I wouldn't call it chill, but more just drama. And Paprika's pretty insane, but I wouldn't call it exhausting. Yeah, Paprika's cool. But yeah, Perfect Blue is hardcore. I forgot how fucking hardcore Perfect Blue goes. Some of those scenes I was like, it was good. I really liked it. But yeah, I hadn't seen it in forever, but I forgot it goes pretty hard. It was a good double whammy. I've been pining to watch those both again. The Thing and The Thing and Perfect Blue. Yeah. Yeah, The Thing, the social horror tension to like madman, idol, murder, psychotic, fucking the Wet Towel Group Watch special. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, falling down in a mall. That's similar for sure. Yeah, maybe we'll do another John Carpenter into some other madman. Been wanting to rewatch They Live at some point. We had a lot of fun watching that one. That one's super fun, goofy. Yeah, Keith David again too. He's always great. And Rodney Piper too.
Of course.
I think it's Rodney Piper.
You already already met my former master.
I don't think he did much acting.
She trained
He's
Chadwick
like a
and I to do
wrestler.
two things: kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time
Alright. I think I've made almost everybody watch Commando, but maybe we'll do Commando. I gotta have Ripper there for Commando. Combined, I think me and him have watched Commando like fucking 10 zillion times, but
no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years, we were her daggers in the shadows.
that's always the problem. I always got a bunch of new things I want to watch, but when somebody hasn't watched some of the more goofier fun shit that are good for group watches, I'm always like, oh, we should do that. Like Commando is just like a super good group watch one. You could just type and throw jokes through the whole fucking thing, right?
But we could never quite shake our doubts about
It just makes the atmosphere better.
And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Hyde Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the Cursebreakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
I wish I had a complete list of movies. Like, I'll remember shit with the right prompting, but sometimes when I'm just like we could just be able to look back through stuff and go, oh yeah, but this is a must watch and shit. Because there's plenty of shit like that, but just like off the top of your head, sometimes it's hard to think of everything. I'll probably see the new Indiana Jones in a week or two. My mother, she really likes Indiana Jones. I like it too. I love the first three. Anybody here not seen the fucking Indiana Jones movies?
Mid.
Those are fun too.
Tell me this
I've
is
never
what you
streamed
need.
those. Because I've seen them 10 fucking gazillion times. My family. I'll see the first one. That's the best one, but 2 and 3 are good too.
Like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is all.
Maybe we'll watch them all
It's
to prep for the new one. I've heard the new ones.
After you left, I went
I
over to
think the
fix
early
it.
reviews are already out.
And I
We'll
realized
see. Crystal, I didn't like Crystal Skull mod. I don't expect to like this one much, but we'll see. It's kind of hard just to recreate that early Indiana Jones 1 through 3 feel. Doesn't help that like it being anyone other than Harrison Ford wouldn't be right, and since he's older now, it kind of
forgotten a 1
you're missing
and
all
a 0
something.
and a cogwheel. Just a tiny one, though that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
Wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
Yeah, it'd be cool to do Paranoia Agent. That was a pretty popular one on like Adult Swim.
Has mid-adult
God, and I don't think I've seen it since high school.
mentioned a new project yet?
That one's very bizarre and surreal,
She seems preoccupied.
but it's cool. It's a show. The only show I think he did. other than apparently the old JoJo for a few episodes, but a good one. That's the one most people would remember, just because it was on like mainstream TV. Little
Sid,
slugger.
is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
It is.
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales?
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember!
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling everything we can find. All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
Look! I found it!
Oh, we also did, I forgot, I haven't seen this one in so long. Christopher Nolan. He did The Prestige. That one was pretty cool. I don't think I've seen it since high school. I can't really speak too hard about it. But that's a cool like mystery thriller one about like magicians and shit. Like Hugh Jackman, so you can't go too wrong with Hugh Jackman. Yeah, that one was good.
Is that all? Just the game?
I probably want to rewatch that one. I haven't seen it so long. I'd rewatch any of his really though.
We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
This kid has a deeper voice than me. Yeah, I mentioned that the first time these kids appeared. I was like, this kid does not sound like a fucking kid, dude.
Thanks, Sid.
This dude's fucking ultra manly. It's gonna be quite burly when he's older.
Well, did they have it?
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own, but with the right cog in the right place. Well, you just wait and see.
We're making an airship. Oh. Just make a prototype.
Do it?
And so we're not going to be able to actually use it.
Here goes nothing.
For the main story.
Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other.
We're able to meet
People lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads.
people across the world easily and
Like I lost mine.
race prejudice or something.
I'm sorry.
Globalization.
So am I, Clive. So am I.
He's coping, dude.
Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head? Or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it isn't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm going to bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them.
And then you can offload the war part to a future generation? What the fuck is wrong with you? And how does creating anything in a way could be deemed as like moving towards war? You created a way to fucking... Sid and her created a way to fucking, craft weapons. They made bellows. Wow. Now, without crystals, you can create weapons. And that's out in the world now. We did a side quest for it. Golly gee, maybe you should have fucking blown that up, too. like, what the fuck, man? The ability to get across the world quicker, sure, could be used for war. But it could also be used for good things. Getting aid to where it's needed quicker. Eroding kind of like borders of countries and stuff. People being able to be connected easier. Saving people's lives. Maybe you gotta like fly somebody to like a fucking like hospital. Like just stupid, man. Like she's taking some kind of stance and like her brain's fucking rotten. She knows. Should have stayed with isolationism. Or creating empires, right?
A really hard one. So that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out.
And that means that they're gonna somehow not have war? Are you not dedicated enough? I don't get it. How does this... I want to get rid of the engines. That she already said... She already had an arc where she talked about how somebody wanted her to make a warship and she said no. So she was going to make a non-warship and she did. And now she's saying she's going to even get rid of those, which we've already used to partially help save the world. And then she's saying that she's going to still keep the schematics for a dreamer. Okay. Well, then what happens when they use it for war? Somebody they know uses it for war. It's just like, what the fuck are they writing here, man? Last few fucking characters making big decisions are just like drooling, man. FF16, yeah. The dawn of the airship. Dawn of war.
I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
6 and 8. I love it, dude. We should just go back to being cavemen. We could live to like 20 to 27, a ripe age of 20 to 27 years old. Still beat the shit out of each other and get into fights all the time, but hey, there's no mass war. Technology was a mistake.
Of course, If I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt...
Why would anyone want them? No, her engines work. She uses them on the ship. Her airship doesn't work. She's saying she wants to get rid of even that. For some fucking reason. She doesn't want engines. She like invented engines. And yeah, I mean, fucking hell, for all we know, those don't really work well either. We've only used them a couple times.
I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all.
So she's gonna make it work. So she is gonna make it work. And then she's gonna hide them? Why? I mean, like, if you don't want them to be used for weapons of war, then just don't even make it. Make something else. Well, she's gonna make it anyways. And then just hide them?
My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
They're kind of synonymous. It's as big as it, good as big to you. I made your dad call you a moron. What if we need to use these things to save the world or something, right? Like we kind of needed for the last boat that we had an entire arc to all about. Well,
I'm sure you do.
In a world where they can't use magic or crystals anymore, so they have to rely on technology, this woman would hide all the technology and assume we're going to create a better world for it. Like, goddamn. Am I supposed to be like all about it? This is the dumbest character in the game. Also, in every Final Fantasy game, the airship saved the world. Checkmate. Mid.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Yeah, she's really got it figured out. Yeah, she's smug about it. Jesus Christ.
I hear that you traveled to Ash, Cid. Did you by any chance recover the names of my fallen friends?
I did. Yes.
Better go tell the blacksmith he's not allowed to use that anymore. The bellows, because it creates weapons of war. And then also go nuke that one town. Oh, but it already got nuked.
The bearer registry.
We're close to it. It's not nuked yet.
The director was a brutal man. He got no worse.
Yeah. Better not teach people how to like attach rocks to sticks. With like twine or something.
Than he deserved.
I mean, how to start a fire. You could light somebody on fire and ruin, you know, their home. Well, you don't want to create homes though either, because they could house soldiers. Keep the bad people alive. We probably don't want that either. In fact, we should just run around like wild animals.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree.
Like,
there was no sign of a body.
Like, how reductive does she want to? How broad does she want to be with her shit, man?
I pray that at least some of them survived.
I mean, as long as it's not explicitly made for war, that's the only intent, the only use for war. At that point, it's more about trying your best to create things and then use them for good and push them for good as much as you could, right? Whether it's through like your allies or just your own personal, like who you give it to or something like that. But like just to say don't have it, there's such a little faith in people, which I feel like is the complete opposite of what they're going for in this. Where it's supposed to be about people making their own choices and having their own will. And then they have a character who removes the ability for people to make their own choices by hiding stuff. She's no better than the guy who wanted to hide history, man. It's like what the fuck? Somebody just wrote this quest and just fucking just checked out, dude, like halfway through, right? And then just went to the bar or something. It's goofy, man. What the fuck are they trying to say?
Names are here. The ones we lost.
Yeah, exactly.
My friends.
Inti.
My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces, like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive, when so many others died in that awful place?
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you. Sid, I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach, and the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering.
It's like a great read.
Of those I lost. I will not let it happen again.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity, were it not for you. Thank you.
He's just gonna write it so it's there for somebody. He's gonna leave it in the library in this very airship that will not be used as an airship, which will also not create an airship to replace it. Distribute this book. The world's ending. Everything's fucked. Everybody's dying. Time to write my book. My book. At least there's been something to dig into in these ones. I mean, earlier I barely even would talk in the earlier side quests, but
Uncle,
the philosophical and ethical questions here they're bringing up are definitely something. Yeah, books can educate people. Educated people can carry out acts of evil and atrocities with more precision and effectiveness. So we shouldn't educate people either. It can lead to a war or people creating weapons of war.
bring good news.
Like
The
airships.
Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Ha! Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution, and I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quinton would probably call me one of his, but yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
Oh. Oh. I don't even have to go there. We're just here.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption. Two such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends? I can't stand the man.
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal.
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw.
Once more onto the breach.
Not so subtle.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes. And I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Triunity. Rutherford, Mike Will.
Triunity.
Well, my boy, the stage is set.
Byron's VA is pretty good too.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
You should have. Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not.
Oh. I don't even remember what he did, really.
Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless.
Like this would,
after all,
they would say this either way.
He did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conch and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place.
Buddy, where are you going?
Just like someone else we know.
No mission.
If you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
I don't even know what that means, buddy.
Forgive me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
Every piece of gear I get, I just ignore.
Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That it can be changed.
The perceived truth, not the actual truth. Right? The facts. Right?
Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people
assume that's
that
what
their
they're saying.
perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the bearers proves.
Unless they're just talking about just like opinions on what happened or the perspective of what happened. That's sure what I mean. Otherwise, it just wouldn't make sense.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather.
Like they
She
would
was a
actually
heretic,
believe
you
events.
see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm.
Changes.
And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here.
Nah, I don't like you at all.
When enough people
Get out.
believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
Okay.
How may I help you today, Clive? Come to claim your just desserts? All yours.
Genji, maybe these will be good. The drunken guy captain I shared a table last night. We believe word of your expense made across the seas to the great continent. What is the, where's the great
Come again.
continent?
I may have more for you.
Two new quests. Huh. Increases damage dealt to enemies by 5%. Well, I'll take that over the 5% combo. Jesus, we got like 4. Cape Orsieri, Sandbrook. Let's go ahead and do that one. I think that's the one that let us make the new weapon. I'm not sure. Looking for Prince of Death.
And how might I help the garrison today?
Crazy enough. Yeah, interestingly enough, you have to do these side quests too to also unlock like hunts to allow you to even make some of the end gear. But really, if you plan on even messing with any side shit, you don't want to skip any. Which means
This is no time to write.
they need to be placed at good points and have a certain quality to them. It's kind of all or nothing to some extent.
Fly, Ambrosia.
It's nice because I mean you get more of a cumulative reward for doing them, but on the other hand, you know, if they do dip at all, it's kind of iffy. But I think overall they've been just fine. I don't think the side quests are fucked. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're just there. I haven't like disliked doing them. Where's this MFer at, man?
You deserve a rest.
Looks mysterious. Oh, it's just one of these fuckers, man. Great.
Got another one.
I'm gonna assume he's never gonna shoot me. I'd rather be ready to dodge melee then. There we go.
This one. Nice try. Over here. Awaken wind! Brother, attack!
Figured he'd be dead after that one, man.
I'm getting tired of these things.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You alright?
Something troubling you?
No more than usual. It's just... Eda's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Yeah, let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Eda's due any day now, and I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You know, there just might be.
All right then. What exactly are we making?
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's naught luckier in all the realm, or so we used to say back home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but
a white one.
nothing. I'd try and track one down myself, only...
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need, a feather.
That or the bird whose horse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with traveling traders plying the northern borders.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find anything.
You're a good friend, Clive. I won't forget this.
Who are you?
Trouble with your gear, or... So, what'll it be? Should last you a good while.
Yeah, it's the fucking best weapon in the game. Or, well, a new game, I imagine. New game plus, I would be surprised to go beyond, but...
No scratches, right? Not bad, if I do say so myself. Anything else?
Look any different from the last one? Not really. It has like a different sheen to it. Fucking hell if I can tell, man. Holy.
If Joshua was worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
Like, okay, we're gonna do all the character work in the side quests at the end here. Easy, man. The fuck? She just keeps going, man. He creates things to then hide them away and hope somebody else will use them.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates.
She can
Wonder
chew
what
it
this is
up.
about.
a lot more side shit than I expected. We might just finish the actual game tomorrow. For about, I said it'd be like 5 hours of side content, kind of as a joke. I mean, we're about almost at 5 hours. We're getting a lot more of these too. Apples? I mean, what are they, stuffed apples, man? How the fuck are they not rotten?
I will not forget this kindness, my lord.
Okay.
I shall go to East.
He has the exact same dialogue, man. Has it had any different dialogue? All this shit's happening and he keeps talking about going to Eastward or whatever. Eastpool.
Lawsman Harpocrates, I received your note.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
Quiet.
You spoke of making amends with Dion, but I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor. This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Sid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government.
Are you gonna apologize because he's like dumb or something? Well, what's up?
Our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons. His studies no longer being deemed necessary. I had not expected to meet with him again, least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment.
I mean, you can't leave this seat.
Always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guild weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him. And I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer. It is one of my greatest regrets that I only ever offered him my wisdom, when what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tail.
Of course. 10 boar asses while we're at it, my friend.
Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be granted.
How the fuck does any of this have to do with Dion's fucking... just going up and talking to him, dude?
Fabulists and fraudsters all, of course. But there is oft a seed of truth to be found where even the most outlandish opinions align.
Well, it can't hurt to try. Where can I find this flower? And how will I know it?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand is distilled. Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the color. There is a waterfall
in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you, Clive. And please, be safe.
You want to be safe. Then how about you not ask him to go do goofy shit? Fucking go talk to Dion.
Joshua, I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's spine, I felt it more
It's
and
like
more.
she's not even here.
It's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. And to let her know that we still need her, now more than ever.
I mean... It's pretty much a third wheel since the beginning.
That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of...
I mean, Clive already had sex with her, dude. Surely he's close enough to fucking say what he wants.
Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
And then bandits. Me, Clive. Me kill. Me kill bandit. Me murder human being.
How may I help you today, Clive?
Is
everything we've received and everything promised?
These are the final items. The sale forbidden sees orchestrion roll.
All done?
Fallen Enigma. What is that? This is the last reputation reward you can get. Oh, you just sell it for money. Okay. I mean, I guess if you're collecting all the orchestrions. Where is he? They didn't even hint at it. Other than he's in Waloed, but in the army, so I mean I can imagine a place. Karnak and Waloed, Penitent's Gate.
And how might I help the garrison today?
I haven't seen any of those beastly blue-eyed... Do be careful.
I will.
I do like a lot of the dialogue changes throughout the towns, and there's like more you can like go manually check out. Pretty much any time a quest has been changed. That would actually affect the world state in any kind of way. It's a good way to add immersion. Not that this is the only game that's done it. Trails is another good example of something that takes that to its peak, probably. An absurd amount of changing dialogue at all times. Well, it pays off.
To business.
You're the outlaw! The one who drove His Highness to madness! On your knees!
He hasn't heard. And he doesn't look like he's willing to listen. Too slow. Let's try.
Hold on, buddy.
To me, boy! To me, boy! Help me, boy! To me, boy! Help me, boy! I'm hurt, Torgal! I'm hurt, Torgal! Help me, boy! It's all your fault! Titan!
Too slow.
Kind of like worked over here. Long live. I plan on it, buddy. Thank you.
Damn it. Dion would have been glad to have you back at his side.
Oh,
what a fine hound.
What a fine hound, yeah. Damn fine hound. Oh, there is like a warp up. Did not realize. I should have walked up here. Anytime you got close in the past, it was just to warp the story. It sucks when they do that. Damn fine hound.
Come on.
Well, we're gonna go the long way because I need to find this behemoth. Or do I assume is going to be a behemoth?
No mistakes. That'll do, girl. Ready, girl? Run like the wind. Time to fight.
People were expecting a chocobo riding song. Just a quick little fanfare. Which, honestly, is fine. Doesn't have the tone to be doing a chocobo riding song. Let's be real. And I'd say I'd rather be hearing all the different location music, but not a whole lot of standout ones. There's been absolutely no hint at where this thing could be. I said the army, I figured it'd just be this area, but or nearby, but nothing yet.
Not here.
Why?
Fly, Ambrosia.
Place is hell for the Chocobo, man.
Seems this place has been flooded twice over.
A small shit for you to get stuck on.
Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find.
Avoid this fight though. I really don't want to fight every random fucking Joe Blow, man. It's like I get nothing from it, man. You will fight every Joe Blow. Yeah, my experience. The 50, man. Maybe this is exactly the guy I'm gonna need to get. That sweet, sweet 50 by the final fight. That's all I get out of it is experience.
Here they are.
There's two. Where's the other one?
Might as well pick enough for a bunch.
I already forgot the locations, man. And one's like hidden. The other though, I don't know. Oh, well I found one. I don't know if you guys can see it. Pretty hard to spot. Okay, Jesus. Look out the potions, brother. Four horsemen.
Another of the Royalist's guard dogs. Quite a specimen of these two.
Damn, the jump, the pounce.
Well done, Togo. My turn! Attack!
Camera. Epic.
Nice try. Too slow. This one. Too slow.
The Ultras. Where's fucking Leviathan at? They've like name dropped Leviathan as like a lost icon. I don't know if that means it's like a hidden fucking like super boss or what, man. Where's the Ultras fight? Quick shave. Joshua getting sookened, baby. Getting good at pressing L twice instantly into L twice into an R triangle, man. I gotta swap over 2 icons and then do a fucking block. Like I said, swapping between 3 is like the max. If it was 4, I would need like a modifier button or some better way to swap icons. Like just enough.
No match for you, eh, Torgal?
He just ate him, dude. Damn. Them's good eatings right there. So I almost went to the next phase of the story. I just wasn't looking at it. I saw like, oh yeah, big icon that's different from the blue ones. Would have been bad. I had to have reloaded.
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav need. Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. Though you're not the first to mention the bird around here.
Your man.
There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo near some gutted hovel not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see. Thank you.
Flip the man a coin, brother.
Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't mean we have to.
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone. Or perhaps a bawdy etching of the Vicerine.
Maybe another time. I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumours are all you're likely to find. No one has seen a silver chocobo for years. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
You're probably right. Thank you anyway.
Keep her snorting yourself, lady. Freak.
How do?
I don't think I want to go back to every area and buy all the orchestrion
Much
rolls.
obliged. There you go.
There's really not much else your money's for.
Thanks very much.
Buying these consumables and then orchestrions.
Much obliged.
The orchestrions are the money dump, they're expensive. Wonder if there's like a trophy. Jesus. Oh, here's a nice way to spoil how many areas are in the game. Good thing I never looked at that earlier. Considering almost all of these are hidden, I don't think we're gonna find what we want. I was just curious if there's probably like an orchestrion one.
Now feel good, boy.
We've got a few rooms going spare now.
I'll build a barricade so sturdy, even a bandit girl.
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would you?
I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Was a silver chocobo seen there?
Oh, yes. If you believe the ravings of a madman.
It wouldn't be the first time. A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon's Ride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here...
Sucks for this chocobo, man. White's not enough. Could we just block off one of the ones that are like halfway up the wing? It's close enough, right? A little gray, a little white.
Tracks. They're not left by bandits. For a change. More tracks. And these look fresh. The chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps it still is.
Is he at home having a smoke?
I don't hear anything. Well, I'll be damned.
These look just like our chocobo.
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you. Let's get this back to Gav before they change their minds.
That silver dude. walls are broke. There you go. How many people get this one? I imagine I'm ahead of the pack a bit, even though I've been kind of slow last few days. Why can't you just go by like recent? Why would you not be able to sort by recent? Like, fucking wrong. You have to, the only way to sort by recent is here. Why? 2.2.
This is the place, but
I'm sorry, Clive.
there's nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone at the backyard? To the hideaway, then.
Can't believe we're not gonna have an airship. We're on an airship. They have a side quest teasing airships. Big and epic. We could have a cool, crazy airship set piece.
At all. Still, I appreciate it. Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Crystals crack. Is this what I think it is? Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
Not really. We just asked a few people, went somewhere, and they were there, man.
Right there on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me.
Should have grabbed a few more
After
feathers.
all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go. What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Oh, will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
I don't want Gav to give up being a scout, honest.
I don't give a fuck what you want.
Oarsman, I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did.
You did indeed. My dear boy, thank you.
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not? Shall I invite him to join us?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him.
Can this old man walk? Get off your lazy ass, you old bastard.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of accompanying me?
No. It is time, then.
No, only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpocrates. No. I dare not show my face before him. Not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives. And ruined countless more. All because I was weak.
Hey man, almost everybody here is a mass murderer. It's no biggie, bro. Clive got over it. Joshua got over it. Hell, Joshua didn't feel bad about it. He killed a bunch of innocent people there. Jill got over it. You can get over it. Like, almost everybody here is like a fucking mass murderer, man. Maybe people shouldn't be dominants after all, man. You lose control or you fucking get controlled by someone while you still have control over yourself, or accidents
I atone for
happen.
my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself and to him how strong it truly is.
You are right. I must,
What
at the
to
very
do?
least, offer him my gratitude. Very well, then. Take me to him.
Follow me.
I don't think Sid was a mass murderer, but he died. Only mass murderers that live. I guess Odin lived. Or Odin died, but he was back. Good guy mass murderers live.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
What just happened? I forgot.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soil in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
My butt plug.
What's this?
A stolas quill.
Oh.
Or more precisely, my stolas quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well,
maybe he doesn't want to.
When that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Harpocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
Next to every other pile of junk everyone gives us. It's all junk. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is we're gonna finish the side quest and the hunts up, which will still take a fair bit. And then we'll finish the game tomorrow. Because it's probably gonna be at least a couple hours.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen...
I'm sure there's gonna be a huge... I mean, considering the last few places have been a huge lots of enemies and bosses leading up to the finale, and I'm sure that's gonna have a chunky amount of exposition and monologues, and imagine it'll be a few hours.
Oh. What brings you down
And I've
from the
already been
heavens,
streaming
Sid?
for 12, so
I need your advice. Joshua and I are
time we're
looking
done
for a
with this,
place
it'll at
where
least be
snow daisies
13.
grow, preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold, and where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, perhaps? Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the Blight hasn't claimed them yet.
Right. Thank you.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrak.
Ah, the fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recalled that she kept the record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she mentioned Oilefeist Bay.
Whose shores border the meadows. Off we go then.
I feel like there should be more Yote quests. Garnick. Yeah.
I was just about to go in, but then I thought it might be better if you went first.
Yes, my lord? His Grace and I. At first. It was my duty to him. My lord.
I am.
I do not doubt it.
Thank you, Yote.
May you return safely. I prithee do not risk yourself unduly.
Ah, me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is...
Go on, please. It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did, aye. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family, like. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too.
That was a baron, brother.
Well, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, me lords, for everything.
Me lord.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced.
Off.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
Ah, you know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. Me whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learned from it. And here you are after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword.
Yes. It's a good sword, man. Best sword in the game. For now.
I may have had one too many.
You may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. After I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
What?
One of these days. One of these days, I swear it's gonna be me who drinks you under the table.
If by under the table you mean retching on my boots half the night, I reckon one of those days was yesterday.
Ha ha, you think you're so funny. But just wait till we crack open the bottle I left in your chambers. That stuff's strong enough to burn the horns off a behemoth.
Sounds like I'll be needing some new boots.
New booties.
Do you think they'll come back?
No. Oh. Where are these motherfuckers? Was it Mickelberg? Sure seemed like it.
If you've got something to ask, ask.
No.
Is that right? Might be time to take a step back. And if it weren't for Sid, I'll be here if you need me.
Guard it. Alrighty. Up the guard. Will this be the last hunt? We'll find out.
Good girl.
I mean, the last hunt. That isn't probably some new game plus exclusive.
Enough of you, are there? That'll do, girl.
Well, maybe after this jail cross, we'll unlock another hunt. Find out. Oh. Mamma mia. Been a bit since we fought one of these.
Harmon's madness lives on.
No, not yet. I'm almost done with the side content. Probably within the hour. I think I'll finish the game tomorrow, though. I could probably finish tonight, but I'm gonna save the last few hours for tomorrow.
Let's try. To me, boy.
This one. Nice try.
I'm so fucking far away. I thought I still had some stagger left. That's not the case. Clear the hunt board. Oh. Okay, well we got all the hunts done then. Guess there isn't a specific one. Maybe there is like a New Game Plus Super Boss though. Who knows? It's just not a hunt.
Rest in peace.
Well. Last side quest? Maybe. It's definitely the last side quest time. Definitely going to the final area. Like I said, it will have been 13 hours at that point. I think I'll just save it for tomorrow. That way I can have a nice discussion afterwards too. It's like I could finish it, but we'll have the energy to actually have a good talk. If it's like 16 hours into the stream or something, probably not.
Those things didn't fight like men.
Fly, Ambrosia.
The meadows are vast. Where do we even start?
Ryote mentioned the coastline. We can start there.
Found him.
Look, brother. You see them? I do. The flowers and our friends. What do you see, boy?
Giant Minotaur.
Let's hope this is the last one.
Only one way to find out. Over here! Let darkness fall! This one.
Oh fuck, there's another creature all of a sudden. Nope, not done yet. They hit us with the final deluge of side quest about 5 or 6 hours ago. I've just been doing side quests for that long. A lot of chain quests that are built into this. New quests, nonsense stuff. They've been solid though. Not godly, but probably felt had more to talk about or felt more emotions from some of these side quests than I have the story in the last 20 hours or so. Or 10, 20 hours. Gonna wrap up some character arcs and shit.
It was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
Hopefully they're here when we come back. Just recently. The story's just dipped a little bit. But they've also been having better side quests.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
The first 2/3 of the game story were pretty fine. It's not like it's been just unengaging so far, but there's definitely been some dips.
Jill, there's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's, not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
He just is like, yep. As he walked away.
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you, Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted. I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped. So lonely.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling.
No.
Before we broke camp,
the morning after the storm. Do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me.
I'm glad you put the "for me" in there. He did come when he had sex with you on the beach. Sure.
And you have.
Molten hot
Again
jizz.
and again.
Jesus, that many times.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
I don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have.
Oh, Fantasy 16 too. We go to
I'll
Japan.
stop at nothing to see that you do.
The piano.
I never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
This was probably a better romance scene than them having sex on the beach too. Yeah, Jill has not done much. Boring. You could argue she's boring, yeah. I would say I'm less bored with her, and more she's just not really there as much as she should. She's more absent than she is boring when she's on screen. She's just absent very often. Even when she's there, she's not really there a lot of the time. And she feels like she's supposed to be pretty much like the main second character, other than maybe Joshua. I think she's way underutilized. If she's not just used as a damsel, she's just kind of there to just like fill space and have somebody else do shit. It was kind of lame because the childhood friend who became kind of like a badass Shiva channeler. It was good. I definitely think, more characters that have more agency or have stronger, stronger personalities, but like are more inserted into the story would be probably good. But
The flowers, everything. It's exactly what I needed. You are my treasure.
yeah, I would say this is a better romance bit, like I said, than the beach bit. That whole thing, because it was this weird moment where like Clive was supposed to be doubting himself, and then they're lying naked on the beach, the Barnabas shit, it just didn't fucking work.
We should probably be
I mean, this wasn't like a godly bit of romance, but I would definitely say these big character moments, or memory flashbacks and stuff in the side quest have probably been better, yeah, than the last third of the story. Funny enough, because I think the side quests are getting a lot of shit, which I don't blame them, because some of them are iffy. I wouldn't say there's many that are just super bad, depending on just your patience, but a lot of them are chain quests that just end up paying off by the end here. The best female character of FF16? He's the most prominent one. I mean, there's a lot of female characters. The thing is, there's just not like a lot of like main side characters. Anyways, I mean, I'm sure Benedicta is what the fan service people like. I didn't like her much. Jill's been fine. I mean, I like the idea of Jill, and when she's there, she's fine. So she was a bit more active. I like her VA and stuff. I mean, there's the doctor. She's not really much of anything. I don't like Vivian. There's Mid. That's one of the other main chick characters. He looks good, I guess. She's got kind of like a more distinct design. I mean, Jill's got the most distinct design. Her name's like Mid. That's like short for something. It's kind of like how Sid's short for Sidolphus. He's okay, but she's kind of stupid. I don't know. Jill might be, and she's kind of underused. I mean, it's not like there's a lack of like female characters or anything. It's kind of like with a lot of the dudes. A lot of the dudes are just kind of there. Like some of them are fun, some of them are good, but it's kind of a similar deal. Jill's there like all the time. Oh, there's that chick, that one chick, Jo. She's good, or whatever her name is. It's a shame she's not been a bigger part of the story after Joshua sent her to the hideaway. I liked her look, and she actually does a fair bit for Joshua, and it's kind of a shoulder for him during his like kind of solo bits is cool. He's been cool. Yote, I think her name is Yote. I don't know, I'd probably say Yote, Jill are the best ones.
Others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
Or with the dudes, it's probably like Goats, Byron, Gav, Sid. Those are probably the best ones. Sid's probably higher than most of those. No Daisy, Garland. Yeah, I mean, Clive's cool. He's cool. He's not like cool, like charismatically cool. He's, oh man, this guy's badass. But he's like smooth. He's good at things. Oh, Jill has joined Clive's party. Remain at him until departing for Origin. Well, we're departing for Origin next, so. Does that mean Joshua's gone? I think that might be all the side quests. It's like Clive's cool, he's well acted. I think he's his inner stuff is a bit more interesting in the first third. Otherwise he's just the very capable, just do it all guy after that. And I don't think he has a whole lot of like interesting like arcs or anything. Like, got a cool design. He's not bad or anything. He's just Clive, dude. Joshua was cool enough. I like Dion, but he doesn't do a whole lot. He's not been a huge part of the story. Oh, this chick was good. She's one of the better chicks for sure. If you go through her whole arc, she's pretty good. Her voice actor's pretty solid. The merchant lady. Oh, and she's less of a bitch now too. That's kind of cool. Blackthorn had a big arc. Yeah, like there's a lot of characters, and if you do the side quests, a lot of them get more than you'd think. But in terms of characters you're gonna see in the main story, seeing a lot of like big stuff happen. Yeah, it's a different story. Anyways. What else we got here? 2 missing. That's one of them. I'm sure there's the freaks out there who prefer the evil mother too. I can fix her. Same with Benedict though. The evil chick. Not for me, man. As she puts you in chains or executes you, I can fix her.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. You're rubbing me blind, you know. It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price than that.
This is all the money really goes to.
Come again.
Is buying fucking the music.
I'm not much bothered either way.
And I don't use. I haven't bought any hardly this whole game. Some of it's like hidden away too. Really, this is the last reward I got from getting all the renown in the game. The fucking like combat music. Purchase from a vendor, treasure coffer. Do I just get these? Do I give a fuck? Where's this treasure coffer one, dude? There's one you can only buy at Lost. I probably already got that. Maybe it ends up at a different place.
How do? That all, is it?
I got that one. I'm gonna take 2 seconds to get all these. Oh, there's one at East. Hopefully the ones you miss out on you can buy from the lady.
And how might I help the garrison today?
Seems the Duke's had a change of heart.
We've
got more pips than
I
a
hear the
mouse got
Jukes agreed to let us keep our land.
The Juke.
Got any more of those special elixirs?
That.
Welcome, welcome. I do like a customer who knows what.
Might as well spend my money. The only thing you spend your money on this, if it's not like little potions, it's just music.
How about a few spicy sausages?
Well, you're going to join the watch.
I mean, technically you could buy gear too, but if you're even like somewhat playing the game, very unnecessary to buy gear after the beginning. Craft it.
Anything I can interest you in?
I have so much in materials though.
Excellent choice.
If I wanted, we could make
Go
like
with Gilbert.
a lot of fucking. Lot of money. So, either way.
I have some things for sale.
So hearing this like sad song all the time kind of gets annoying. Like we know, man. From a world of darkness and all that shit. We know. We know. Vendor and a treasure coffer. I don't know which one this is. I think I found it. The story. That's the one in Tabor. I don't remember where Tabor was. Oh, is this? That box. More over here. Anyways, I think the one I'm missing from a chest is in Lost. I'm looking at like a little mini guide here. Might as well get them all and see what happens. I'd like to see what missing things there are in his room too. Like, should I go through all the trouble of doing all this? That's not very useful considering no people here. It says find the unoccupied area with all the ladders. That's like there's nothing here to. I barely see shit. Oh well. Squeaky leather noise. Must be it. All the ladders. Just say the second floor of the fucking bar, dude. Jesus Christ. Horrible, man. What the fuck? Oh.
Welcome, welcome. You've bled me dry.
Oh, I do have that. Do I not have? Got the Martha's Rest one. Just did Northreach. Unless it's missable. Fuck. If I got Bacla on the list.
You won't find a finer array this side of the strait.
There we go. No achievement? Damn. No love for the orchestrion. Oh, you get a thing for your room. You do all of the trials. I just am not interested in doing those. I've done everything else, but just these like timer combat challenges where you have to like use very limited amounts of moves and very arbitrary ways to keep your timer going. I'm like, I'm just not. Just couldn't be bothered, honestly. Is the music at least good? I mean, I'd say it's good overall. I would say for my expectations, it's a bit whelming. FF14 has like a godly soundtrack. And for the same person to be doing that as they're doing this, I think it could be a little better. I think when the music's big during a crazy scene, it's at its best. When it has some range, it's really good. But I don't think that it gets to breathe like that very often. It tends to play it a little safe. A lot of Final Fantasy series motifs and shit, or maybe some more laid back, kind of, I wouldn't say full ambient, but kind of fitting music with locations and stuff. In FF14, it's just all over the place, like just all sorts of different genres and feelings and stuff, and it's really strong. I get that this doesn't maybe have the variety of like locations and stuff, so maybe they wanted to keep it a little more laid back, or not laid back, low-key in a way, but kind of expecting it a bit more. It's still solid, like there's good tracks, and when it's going, and they do mix it up sometimes during the big boss fights, but I would say it's a little just kind of whelming. I think Final Fantasy has like a pretty high standard for music. A lot of stuff that's iconic at this point that people remember, a lot of just good soundtracks, almost, you know, all of them have like a pretty solid soundtrack, so that, it being Soken doing the music, yeah, I think I expected more of the music, honestly, but it's not been bad. I just don't think it's like blown anybody's mind, and I don't think it's even as close to as good as FF14's music. Yeah. Like, I don't think Final Fantasy's ever been like terribly worried about what kind of like cinematic, like it's gotta fit this like very tightly, you know, like atmosphere here. It's usually lets the song really like flesh out the atmosphere and kind of stand on its own and stuff. Like there are Final Fantasies that have like a cohesive sound between their tracks, like Final Fantasy Tactics, but those still sound really good. Like one of my favorite Final Fantasy OSTs, and it still fits, and it's a story just like, I mean, that kind of has the similar things as this. It's better. It's like they did it there, so I don't know. What am I missing? Oh, you have to speak to Tarja in the fucking ward afterwards? They don't just give it to you? This one might be missable. I mean, I'm not gonna get the last one anyways. The Circle of Malleus, get the killer, all the Chronolith trials. I'm just like, I just don't care. Like, I'm fine just doing like semi-story based, like, you know, stuff that gives me like little rewards, and I know has some kind of like ending that'll be within sight. I don't want to do the goofy trials, but I'm usually all about combat trials and stuff. Well, not always. Like Bayonetta's.
Clive,
Those fucking suck.
I wanted to give you
Bayonetta
something
3's
that
fucking
promised to show
sucked
my
hard,
mentor.
man. Some of those are so fucking gimmicky, man. They're fucking
A chest of all the
irritating.
medicines you're ever likely to need. Seeing as you're so reluctant to come to the infirmary, I thought you might as well take a part of the infirmary with you.
I'm sure it will be very helpful indeed. And Tarja, try not to work too hard.
And work Rodrigue all the harder, you mean? He's a quick study, but he's got a long way to go yet. I'll take that particular piece of advice when you heed it yourself, thank you very much. Besides, who else is going to see that your brother takes his medicine?
Who indeed?
Alright. That's literally about everything I could fucking do right now outside the trials. Not literally, there's a bunch of talking, I'm sure.
Back again? Truth is but... Alas. Godspeed. Clive.
Do I have to check this?
What
Or
is it
is there
that
any
you wish
point
to
in checking
learn?
this?
Of course. One must understand one's place in the world.
See, a lot of these like
Thus ends
lines
today's lesson.
didn't matter. Because the game stops even having any semblance of being a political, like, wartime drama pretty quick. After the beginning of this, like, third act. The medicine. Yeah, the song had changed because I fucked with the orchestrion rolls at some point. Didn't realize setting the orchestrion changed like every area. This is probably more fitting. I'm not ultra tired, but I don't want to end up tired before we start, so I think that will mark the end of
I don't
today's
suppose you're
stream.
here to reprise the Saint and the Sector. That's my boy.
Yeah. Nice chunky 13.5 hour stream. Yeah, still enjoying it. I think it's probably good overall. Definitely some dips.
Is knowledge lost?
I'd say definitely enjoyed it more than the last stream I did. There were some dips there that I was just kind of like, whatever about. There was definitely a lot of moments in the main story that were kind of iffy today, but I would say some of the set pieces weren't as crazy as I was expecting. Titan and Bahamut still kind of outdid Barnabas by a good chunk. Barnabas wasn't even a good character to make up for it. Wood wasn't really all that interesting, and there's a lot of theme park exposition rides and stuff with Ultima and shit, but it was still exciting. I mean, there's a lot of events going on. We'll just have to see. Yeah, the side quests today weren't too bad. There's some good ones, like I said. There's some actual emotions you could feel, right?
I have quite the find for you today.
Oh, he's back. The Ultima Civilization. So that's good. It's been chill. Yep. Tomorrow should be the end. I mean, we're going into the finale, so we'll see. It'll probably take a few hours, but we'll have a big talk about it. I thought about, like, doing a tier list, but I have a lot of Final Fantasy games still to play, so tier lists, in my opinion, are best done when you have like the mass chunk finished, right? You have like you could have a really good one, or you can have like a solid like few. Could do it just to kind of place it. Always could adjust new ones later, but we'll see what I'm feeling. Be fun to do one. It's always a conversation we have. Ultima. Civilization. Mm-hmm. I see. Cool. Oh. Alright.
What subject shall we consider today? Did you learn everything you needed?
There you go, buddy. Max out lore.
Good morrow to you, my friend. You wish to study the tomes?
It's all done. I've got every entry. I'm the god of lore.
Did you learn everything?
Alright, but we'll catch you folks tomorrow for the finale. Will we hit level 50? Unlike, but maybe. I'm almost halfway to 49.
You need it?
I would imagine there's on the short end an hour, on the more likely end like 3+ hours. Too much for tonight. I'll see you folks later. Thanks for hanging. After this game, probably do humanity. Then after that would be maybe Alien Dark Descent. Seem to think it's good. A little bit of mix. We'll see. I like Aliens. I'll probably just play it anyways. And yeah. Probably watch an anime in the